All right, looks like we got audio and everything here. Still no word in the National Weather Service chat where they are monitoring this. Again, right now, not trying to scare anybody. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, I take that back. Now, tornado warning coming shortly. All right, y'all stand by. We're going to have this coverage here on KVU Plus coming up here momentarily. Yeah. Just a wall, max 1. Thank you. Hello, Abby, can you hear me? Wait, one second, I gotta turn this up. Can you talk again? Yes. Hello, everybody. KVU Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We are breaking in to give you the latest on this, a new tornado warning. The rotation is not yet in our KVU area. This has popped on the board just south of Blanco County, but this is going to graze the far southern tip of Blanco, not including town in Blanco. And then later on down the line, this is eventually going to move into Hayes County, potentially approaching the San Marcos area. This is a warning that was just issued. Primarily, this system has been a straight line wind threat, but this has tightened up right here, and that is where we're starting to see this rotation. So what we're going to do, we will, as always, go in and we'll analyze this for you and give you the latest on where this system is tracking. Again, right now, this is not in our KVU area, so we've got our tracker all set up here. We'll get that pulled together for you. Again, Blanco County and Hayes County, these are going to be the parts of our KVU area which are included in this warning. Okay, so I believe we've got it set up now. Perfect. So here's our tornado warning. I'll give you the latest on this as far as how long this is going to go for. And here it is. So this includes parts of Hayes, far southern tip of Blanco, and it goes until 12:15 a.m. This system, by the way, is moving very quickly, so this is going to be quickly approaching Hayes County down the line. Let's zoom in on it, and we'll show you where the rotation is detected, which again, right now is just south of Blanco County in the Candalia area. We'll switch now to the velocities here, and this is going to be it. Relatively broad, but we can actually play this and you'll see how, especially a few scans ago, this was tight, and you can also see how quickly this is moving. So this is going to be crossing over the 281 corridor. Do we know for certain right now that a tornado is down? We do not, but it is possible. This is a radar indicated tornado, and bare minimum, we definitely have some strong straight line winds which are coming in with this storm. Another one of the products, this actually gave us a good early heads up on this, the shear tracker here. Yeah, so whenever we start to get above the first two stages, when we get orange into the maroon, that is a good indication that we have potentially a tornado that could be down. So what I want to do is let's do a storm track on this. So let's give ourselves some runway. And Wimberley, as you can see, you're going to be in the path of this. Let me make sure I get the exact timing from this warning. So they're saying severe thunderstorm capable, keyword there, capable of producing a tornado located near the Guadalupe River State Park or 13 miles south of Blanco, moving east at 65 miles per hour. This thing is flying, so we're going to have to give ourselves some runway here, and we'll do the cone. So it's 65. Man, this thing. Some of these areas, as I mentioned, are outside of the current warning. So I'm not saying, hey, San Marcos, Kyle, Buda, tornado is next up for you. But if this warning were to be extended, you guys could be involved with where this ends up later on down the line. But this is going to be far southern tip of Blanco County, not including town. Far southern tip, it will come across 281. Then it's going to be south of our KVU area still. It's going to pass very close to, if not just north of Canyon Lake, and then Wimberley, I think is going to be one of our first kind of key areas that would be involved with this storm if the tornado warning continues. And the timing for Wimberley would be slightly after midnight. So 12:09 is the timing for Wimberley. And then you can see for the San Marcos area, just outside of the warning, at least central San Marcos, for areas that live west of I-35 in San Marcos, you are included. Timing there is going to be 12:18. Kyle, not currently in the warning, but you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Timing for you is 12:22, Buda 12:26, Onion Creek 12:31, Lockhart 12:35. So let's do kind of a reset here. I understand we just got a new update there to our shear tracker, just to show you what the big picture is right now. We have stormy weather already over Austin, already over Williamson County, into Milam County. This is torrential, heavy rain, northern Blanco County into Burnett and Llano County. The concern right now, though, is southern Blanco County into Hayes County, where we have this big complex of storms definitely producing wind, potentially producing a tornado. And as we go over this, I know it's been a long time since we've been talking about rain, much less tornado weather. Just a refresher on what we do when we have tornado warnings. Here's a look. We move to an interior room, lowest level of your home. So if you have an interior bathroom or someplace like that, that is sheltered, a lot of walls between yourself and the outside, that's a good place to go. Cover your head, utilize helmets, bike helmet, baseball helmet, it can be simple like that, or blankets to protect against flying debris, and avoid cars. It's the middle of the night now, so I suspect a lot of people probably are at home, hopefully not driving, but if anybody you know who could be driving, especially in that 281 area in southern Blanco County, just make sure they're aware of this and make sure they get off the road. So interior room, lowest level of your home. If you have a baseball helmet, bike helmet laying around, not a bad idea to utilize that as well. A new update here that the National Weather Service is tracking. They're saying potentially 2 circulations on the leading edge, still just radar indicated rotation. Those circulations and stronger winds are now moving across Highway 281 in southern Blanco County. Yeah, I see what they're hinting at here. So let's go back in and we'll track, and I'll try to show you where potentially these 2 circulations could be. Here's one. All right, new scan. Here's one, which is literally just at the southern tip of Blanco County, right over 281. So it's crossing over 281. Hopefully nobody's driving there. Then another little notch right here. As we go back to the velocities, yeah, so we have one area spinning here and then this broader spot like right here. In bare minimum, guys, these are going to be strong winds. I'll query some of those winds just to give you an idea here. I think these easily could be, 60 plus. We're not too far away from the radar. We're looking at this here from New Braunfels, and we're getting 70 to 80 mile per hour wind signature here. So even if there's not a tornado, we 100% have powerful winds which are sweeping across the 281 corridor and which are on approach now to western Hayes County. So the Wimberley area, I want to give you a heads up. You've got a couple minutes here. You got like 15, 20 minutes, and you've got strong winds and a possible tornado that will be moving into your neck of the woods here, 15 to 20 minutes. So make sure you are sheltered if that is where you live. And just to show you the hail tracker too, I know a lot of concern about that based on what we had back in the spring, maybe a few tiny little pieces of hail here. This is mainly a wind and a tornado risk. Going back to the shear tracker, this has really done a good job of picking up on it. Yeah, and we'll watch where a little bit more light shear is developing here over Blanco County. Let's go back and forth here and we'll analyze that together. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything imminent right there as far as immediate, well, take that back. Broad rotation here closer to Blanco County. So just look, if you are in town in Blanco, any point south, just stay hunkered down right now. Make sure you're inside and be away from windows just to, play it safe here. I know it's the middle of the night. Last thing you want to do, is try to focus on the weather here for a while, but this is definitely a dangerous storm. So quickly from Blanco south, right along 281, this is where you get into these powerful winds. Another way to visualize this, I put together this wind tracker product. And yeah, look at this. So you start to get into pinks. These could be 70 to 80 plus mile per hour winds. We'll zoom in just to show you where that is. So quickly from Blanco down south, Blanco potential right now for what could be 50 plus mile per hour winds. And look, this is a loft. This is the radar beam. This is, several thousand feet in the sky. So this is not necessarily exactly what's happening, but it gives you an idea of the signature. And then here, what's going to cross over southern Blanco County and head towards the Fisher area and eventually towards the Wimberley area. This is where we have powerful winds right now. Back and forth to the velocity tracker here. Again, look, we're just tracking this together, going through the various products right in here. Right in here is where I do have some concern. Still, this is radar indicated, and one of the ways that we can, hopefully keep this radar indicated and not have anything pop up. Well, so a little CC drop there. This looks a little bigger than what I would expect for a typical debris ball, but that is interesting. Here, I'm going to play this slowly so that we can go through that frame by frame. This is the debris tracker. So this is something, I tell you what, that is a little interesting. So you see that right here? This kind of has my attention where that is kind of generally where, well, it's probably a little farther south than that. So watch this area right here as we go through this. Yeah, it's just a little muddy, a little tough to say, but we'll keep an eye on that. New note coming in from the National Weather Service. They're saying observing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds about 2,000 feet above the surface. Locally enhanced region of intense straight line winds could also be pushing near the Canyon Lake area shortly. So that's exactly what I was just explaining with the radar picture here where you go to the velocity. This isn't right at the ground, but these blues here, these are 60 to 70 plus mile per hour winds, a big swath of them. And then right here, we've got this area where things come together, where things are trying to spin a little bit, and that's going to be the zone where you see the shear tracker picking up on that spin. And just to, again, back out, I'm trying to focus on where exactly this possible tornado could be, but I don't want to leave anybody in the dark with where exactly this is. Fisher, which is just south of our KVU area, and then Wimberley. Wimberley is the spot that is kind of most imminently of concern for us as far as our immediate KVU area is concerned. Here's a look at our tornado warning. Still, this is radar indicated, so we don't have confirmation. We had, there's some stuff that's interesting on the debris tracker. Nothing that is conclusive to me right now to say, hey, this thing is definitely down. But there's some interesting stuff there. Here's where the spin's going to be located right in here. It's going to come across just north of Canyon Lake. So right now it looks like it is still very stormy here over 281, but the leading edge is passed over. So if there's a tornado down, it likely passed over 281 over far southern Blanco County. It's going to be approaching Fisher. And then next up, it's going to be approaching the Wimberley area. I want to show you exactly how far this is away from the Wimberley area right now. Here's our tracker. So the leading edge of where the circulation is right now is 14 miles away from Wimberley. And the storm is moving at 65 miles per hour. So Wimberley, make sure you are sheltered right now. I know it's the middle of the night. It's not what you want to be doing, but make sure you are sheltered right now. You don't want to be close to the outside of your home. You don't want to be anywhere where there's windows. Interior bathroom, interior closet. You have good lead time now. Make sure you do it now. And then once the storm passes, we'll be able to give you the all clear and we'll be able to go back to bed. And hopefully it'll be fine. One of the beneficial rain tonight. We did not want the severe weather issues, but this is a concerning storm, bare minimum, with strong winds in it. And it's got an area in here that we need to watch for tornado potential. Here's the broader view again. This is the only tornado warning that we have, right? So there's rain right now in Austin. There's rain in Williamson County. There's rain in Milam County. We'll clear all this off for you. There's tons of heavy rain. Burn it into Blanco County. So eventually down the line, we may need to watch out for a flood risk. And by the way, for more core parts of the Austin Metro, it's a little spotty right now. This heavy stuff is going to be moving in, and I'll just loop this for you. Let's see if this will play for us. Yeah, so this is all going to be moving in, and this is going to be the main event. I know we had this line of storms come in a little bit early. This is the main kind of squall line organized feature that we're tracking, and it's going to be coming in just after midnight. So 12:15, 12:30, this thing is going to be moving in. But this is the immediate concern. It is a tornado warning, which right now goes for another 25 minutes or so. This goes through 12:15. Right now, it is just south of our area, so it passed over a tip of Blanco County. Now the circulation is going to go just north of Canyon Lake, and next up it's going to go into Hayes County, into the Wimberley area. So here, while we have a minute, while we're waiting on it, a few other parameters I want to show you. These are powerful electric storms, so this is definitely the type of stuff, even if it's not severe where you are, that will wake you up. Just on the frame here, over the past 15 minutes, there have been 870 lightning strikes. And I'm looking at our sky cams here, and we'll do a sky cam tour here in a second. We're seeing it, so these are very electric storms. And then they are also producing a lot of rain. We have been 47 days without measurable rain. Well, until now, we've officially ended the streak. We're getting rain here in Austin, but anywhere in green here is at least an inch of rain. So this is a solid, 1 to 3 inches of rain with some isolated pockets that could see more than that. So it's a severe risk and it's a flood risk that we'll be tracking as we go through tonight. Here's another look at the radar. We'll get zoomed in on this, and then I will check in with the National Weather Service chat, and I'll check in on social media too, and we'll see if we have any reports. It did cross over 281, so if something was down as it crossed over the highway there, we hopefully would hear about it, and hopefully nothing's down. But it did cross over, a roadway there. Now this is where the circulation is, and it is heading towards the Wimberley area right now. It's just north of Canyon Lake, and it is heading towards Wimberley. So again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I want to give you a heads up. It's a dangerous storm, which is coming into the Wimberley area right now. Yeah, man, I'll tell you, this is intense right here. This is a real deal signature here. So we need to take this very seriously. We have a little bit of time. For another 5 minutes, this is going to be just outside of Hayes County, but then it quickly is going to move into Hayes County, into more populated spots here. There's a new scan, and this is going to be the spot. Let's zoom in real closely. So it's going to be crossing right in here, just south of Fisher, between there and Canyon Lake. So this is where the lake is. Here's Fisher. It's going to cross through there. And this is going to be heading very close to Wimberley. I think it's too early right now to say where exactly, is this north side of town, south side of town. I just want everybody in the general vicinity of Wimberley to be sheltered right now. And then we'll just kind of go down the path here. So first up is going to be Wimberley. And then here, let's zoom in. We're going to be out ahead of this storm a little bit, just to show you some more of these areas here. Zoom in. Hayes City, another spot. Get zoomed in more street level. So here around Ranch Road 12, this is FM 2325, the Wood Creek area, and 2327 here. So just make sure everybody in the general vicinity of Wimberley is sheltered right now. There's a potentially tornadic storm which is heading towards you, and even if it's not producing a tornado, it is definitely producing powerful straight line winds. I'll just kind of draw this out for you. So this is where this segment of the storm is the most intense, okay? So Wimberley is going to be right in the middle of it, and then it's going to approach. We'll see how it holds together, but it would be San Marcos, Kyle, up to about the Buda area where the most intense part of this storm would be located. No updates here as far as radar confirmation or spotters seeing this. It's the middle of the night, though, so it's not like it's the middle of the day and it would be super easy to get a visual on this. But based on the velocity signature, as I said, just analyzing this, eyeballing it, it is not a slam dunk that it's down, but it's a possibility that it's down. So let's just treat this seriously as we do all our tornado warnings, but especially with the signature like this and especially in the middle of the night. Back in the spring, we had a tornado that did touch down over parts of Hayes County, not too far away from here. So look, people I think know in Hayes County that these storms can be serious. Strong straight line winds coming in. And then just to read you the latest as far as the severe thunderstorm warning is concerned, it is not just a run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. It has the considerable tag with it. In fact, I'll kind of break that out for you. So the tornado warning is obviously taking precedent, but here's a look at this big severe thunderstorm warning, which has the considerable tag, which means that winds up to 70 are possible. A normal would be 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then the step up above that, where it gets considerable to even destructive, that's where we have 70-plus mile-per-hour winds. And then embedded within this little line feature, we've got a little vortex, a little area of spin here over Canyon Lake that very soon is going to be moving into Hays County. A quick radar tour as we wait for this to move into our area. I want to give folks just kind of an idea of what's happening here closer across the I-35 corridor. So let me show you a close-up of what's happening in Williamson County right now. Heavy rain out here around like the Copeland area. This is pretty hit or miss. Round Rock, Georgetown, up to Gerald, out towards like Leander and the Liberty Hill area. And then it gets a little heavier and more persistent as we go down into Travis County. So we have pretty heavy rain, at least pockets of it, around the core parts of the Austin Metro. Then it gets heavier out here around Lake Travis, then back out towards Spicewood and out towards Dripping Springs. And then Hays County, we've been talking about, right? That is where the tornado risk and the strong, very intense storm is moving in. Torrential heavy rain right now, Blanco up to Johnson City. And this also goes into southern sections of Burnett County. So that is the situation right now. But as far as the immediate concern, it's obviously the tornado warning, which is going to be moving into Hays County here very shortly. And I believe I saw last I was at the computer, the National Weather Service was typing up an update, so we'll see if they have any news on this system, if they've got any reports here from spotters or anything like that. Here's what they're saying. Few reports of wind, 40 plus, coming in from the San Antonio area. They're actually saying that because the strong winds, they're kicking out the storms a little ahead of schedule, especially for, say, the San Antonio area, where earlier it looked like it might take them a little bit longer to move in. So these storms, like we were thinking about 11 o'clock, midnight at the earliest. So I guess we're within the window here as the more intense weather is moving in. But for some areas down to our south, these storms coming in a little bit earlier. Few new radar scans coming in. So here is the deal. This is looking a little less organized. A new area that we need to watch here, though, and I'll just go ahead and tell you, that is the nature of these type of systems. It is not likely that in a setup like this, we're going to have one tornado, well-defined circulation that gets down and stays down for like 30 minutes. That's probably not the most likely scenario. What is more likely is we have a big line of storms, and periodically a little spot tightens up and it tries to drop for 5-10 minutes, then that weakens and another one nearby tries to develop and drop. That's more likely in this type of like mainly straight line wind situation, where we get almost like these little gustnados that come together quickly, and at night that can be dangerous. But again, that's why even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, just kind of treat this seriously, because these things can come together pretty quickly. But this is another little area of circulation that has developed to the north of the spot that we were watching prior. Yeah, I'll tell you what, so we'll watch that. Let's go back with the debris tracker. Just because you see coloring there is not necessary. Yeah, so we're not looking at debris there, but just because you see a CC drop, that it's not necessarily, slam dunk that tornado is down. But one of the tools that we use, in the same way that it can see debris, it can see other things happening in the atmosphere as well. So now it's not like one organized spot where we're getting our shear detector picking up on things. It's more in this elongated area. So there's likely to be several circulations that try to take shape in this like general area here. But still, this is quickly on approach to the Wimberley area. So make sure we continue to take our tornado precautions there in the Wimberley area. I want to cue up some of the numbers here because the straight line wind signatures still are very impressive. Anywhere where we're starting to see these blues, 60+ mile-per-hour winds. And you remember earlier, so we were doing the same thing. We were queuing up the data as the numbers update when these storms were crossing the 281 corridor. At that point, the radar beam from where we were looking here in New Braunfels was about 2,000 feet in the air. Now it's even lower than that because we're getting closer to the radar. So these, while not necessarily a verbatim example of exactly what the winds are going to be at ground level, I think this is going to ring pretty true here, where it's very possible that we literally have 60+ mile per hour winds, which are moving into Hays County now around the Wimberley area. So this is the same part of the storm that passed over southern Blanco County and now is on approach to the Wimberley area and Hays County. Dripping Springs, you're kind of in the neighborhood of this. The most intense part of the storm, though, for now looks like it's going to stay south of Dripping Springs and be more of a Wimberley issue. Another 10 minutes left on our tornado warning. Yeah, so right here, this is another circulation trying to develop here. Yeah, so it looks like they're trimming this warning. This is kind of the new spot that is becoming more dominant now north of Wimberley. So the original spot was down to the south. We'll show you how this kind of handoff took place. Let me back this up so you can see originally this is 1150. This is the location we were watching, right? And that looked pretty pronounced there for a period of time. And then it kind of cycled through. And like I said, in this type of setup, you can have multiple areas of spin. And now, I would say this is my primary concern for where the spin could be taking place. Yeah, this could be a separate circulation in a new tornado trying to take shape. All right, so let's get zoomed in on that one. And yeah, so this one is going to be heading towards Driftwood. Another, we're looking at radar here. We're not looking at video of the tornado on the ground, okay? We're looking at radar indications of where rotation could be coming together, and this is definitely a spot on the reflectivity. You can see that little hook trying to form, and here on the velocity, you can see we've got fast wind going towards the radar, wind going away, so this is where the rotation is developing, and it is heading towards Driftwood. So still at stay sheltered, yeah, so that thing is still right there as we get the new radar scan. And it looks like that's going to be coming in close to Driftwood or just south. So I've got 3 places that I want to be sheltered right now. Hays City, I want you, tornado precautions. Driftwood, tornado precautions. Wimberley, tornado precautions right now. This is a new circulation developing on the north side of where the original circulation was located. Let's make sure the southern edge doesn't try to tighten back up too. I mean, there's a few little areas here. And this is the nature, as I mentioned, when you're trying to pick out little areas of spin when you have a line of storms moving through like this. I'll circle them for you. You can just kind of pick them out. So here's one little vortex trying to form. That's not exactly a circle, is it? There we go. Here's one trying to form, and then here's another one trying to form. So just anywhere in this warning, if you're anywhere in it, make sure that you stay sheltered here. Again, this is going to go for another 10 minutes. This is a little spot right here. You can just see it on the reflectivity where you've got a little inflow here and that's wrapping around, and this is where the hook is located, north of Wimberley, heading into the Driftwood area. Okay, so we've been focused on that storm real quick. Continue your tornado precautions, but real quick, here's what's going on over the broader area. Austin, it's about to get very stormy, and there's going to be a lot of heavy rain, and there's going to be a lot of lightning. This is not severe right now, though. This is just heavy rain. We need the rain. If we could get a quick, 1 to 2 inches of rain after how dry we've been, that is not a bad thing. It's the tornadoes and the wind that we're trying to avoid. And then likewise, Williamson County, a lot of rain. More is coming in from the west, but this stuff is not severe. There's really one county right now that has urgent problems for us, and that is Hays County, where we have this tornado warning, which continues until 12:15. Checking in with the National Weather Service chat. I'm checking in on social media too. Obviously, it's the middle of the night. I certainly don't want anybody, out there trying to find this. But if you have reports where you live, if you've been impacted by this and you have anything to pass along, please let us know. I'm not seeing anything on social media. I'm not seeing anything in the National Weather Service chat. So we have no confirmation that anything has touched down. But bare minimum, still I'm confident that we have strong straight line winds that are heading into Wimberley, and that soon are going to be heading into the southern I-35 corridor, San Marcos, Kyle, Buda area. Okay, so that's the big picture. Let's go back in, and yeah, that's still a little air at the top of that little line right there. That is where things are coming together. Yeah, I mean, that's the dominant circulation right now. This one looks weaker down here. This is the spot that we need to watch. Right in here, just north of Wimberley. Wood Creek, this is very close to you. Driftwood, Hays City. I'm going to zoom in even more. I apologize, not trying to give you a whiplash on the map here, but Ranch Road 12, you are in the path of this right now. I want to do something real quick. This is a new little kind of experiment I've been playing around with. We'll take the data off just to show you kind of the high-res mapping of where this is. You can see Ranch Road 12, just to kind of take the clutter off. Wood Creek, Ranch Road 12. We'll go in even closer. We'll see if any of these smaller roads will pop on. I just don't want to populate. But this is the vicinity, this part of Hays County, Wood Creek, Driftwood area. Okay, we'll put the radar picture back on here, and then we'll go back to the velocity. And look, guys, still it's the same situation here where we've got an area that's trying to spin. We don't have confirmation that it's down. Radar indicated tornado. And I think the setup, it's the same as what I said earlier. I think that we're going to have a tornado tonight that touches down and it's a dominant circulation and it goes and goes and goes for 30 minutes. I don't think it's that type of night. I do think it's the type of night, though, where periodically a circulation or two could tighten up and drop a tornado real quick, and then that weakens, and then 10 miles to the north or 10 miles to the south, another little area tries to spin and it drops a tornado for a minute or two. That's the type of situation that I think we're in, and this is the spot right now that has my attention, just north of Wimberley, around the Driftwood area in Hays County. Shear product, let's see if we have an update to that. Yeah. And still, it's got this kind of elongated area, so it's not quite the same as earlier. It was pretty easy to pick out exactly where the biggest concern was. Got this whole line where things periodically try to tighten up and spin together, and there's a tornado warning all along this area. So let's continue our tornado precautions. One more time, I know it's been a long time since we've talked about that. Well, just got an update. I was going to show you tornado precautions. Looks like for the time being, they're going to drop this warning. So they just posted in the chat they're going to let this warning drop. So we'll wait for that to happen here. I'm going to go back into the alert mode. So it was set to expire at 12:15. Let's see if they let that drop off early. And just to be clear here, the tornado threat, it appears, is diminishing. There are still strong straight line winds here. So still make sure you're hunkered down, even if it's not a tornado producing circulating winds. Straight line winds, 70 plus, can still be problematic. So I still see a wind potential coming in here, and I just want to wait and watch this drop off the map with you. It's the middle of the night, so I don't think we're covering up anything too urgent here on KVU, but we'll wait and see. But it appears they're going to let that expire early. While we wait for that, let's do a little Skycam tour here. So here is, this is our tower cam, so a lot of lightning going on there. This actually might be our Oasis cam. Here, let me punch up another Skycam in here. We'll put, so that's actually Oasis. Here's cam 20, which is the tower cam in Austin. There it is. So that's what it looks like in Austin right now. Let's do cam 24 from the Zach Theater. So rainy, stormy, but again, that is not severe in central Austin. This is what it looks like in Round Rock right now at the Del Diamond at the Kalahari Resort. And that is actually from last spring. That camera is not functioning. I remember that night, though. We had very strong winds and a big lightning strike hit the camera there. Okay, so we're just waiting for this to drop off. We got note that this is going to happen. I just want to stay with you as this is eventually going to fall off the map. And once that happens, what we'll do is we will drop off of TV. But if you still want to watch our continuous coverage, we're going to stay on KVU Plus, and I'll be here all night long. And we'll be covering this, and Jordan's going to come in at 3 a.m., and we'll cover whatever we need to cover. But right now, it looks like the tornado threat decreasing. Straight line wind potential still there, coming into Wimberley, Buda, Driftwood, San Marcos area. This stuff in Austin, definitely stormy, definitely loud, definitely rowdy, but this is not severe. And look, once we get this leading edge to come through, that's not going to end necessarily the flood risk, but the severe threat is primarily here on this leading edge. And I do think, we're going to have a lot of rain that comes through tonight. In fact, let's just kind of back this out even farther. Show what's on the backside here. So obviously this is the leading edge. This is where the primary severe risk is going to be. Then we're going to have, several more hours of rain back behind this. At times it's going to be lighter, sometimes it could be a little heavier and it can pick up, and we'll see what happens with a few of these clusters back here. But then eventually we could have some redevelopment tomorrow in the afternoon. This has been kind of the crux of this forecast. We're highly confident, we could see this big line of storms coming together. We're confident in that, but will the atmosphere be able to recharge a little bit tomorrow afternoon to generate another round of showers and storms? In fact, I will show you some of the model data real quick right here while we wait again another minute or two just officially for that warning to drop off, but all indications are that they are going to allow that to expire. So let me pull up the model data here, and what I want to do, we'll go into our HRRR model. So that has been handling this relatively well. Let's see what it's showing now. Yeah, looks like it has a decent grasp. So maybe another pocket coming through around 7, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then again, this model is still pretty persistent here on redevelopment for the afternoon and even the evening tomorrow. So it could be kind of a two-round situation. And if we get an inch or two of rain or a little bit more than that tonight, and then we have more pockets of heavy rain tomorrow afternoon, then the flood risk and the severe threat could continue. For now, this is the situation. We have a severe thunderstorm watch, which is going to go until 3 a.m. Here's a look at it. Severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. Mainly strong winds, but as we've seen, an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. Really, I think the hail risk, especially the risk for big hail, is low. We have not seen much of that. So mainly a wind and a spin-up tornado risk, and then the flood threat. So our flood watch currently goes through 1 p.m. on Saturday, but we'll see how that evolves. Would not necessarily surprise me if that gets extended, if that second round of weather ends up happening. All right. So real quick, we should have, it's 12:16 now, so we should have our warning about to drop off here. Our system lagging a minute or two behind, but we should see this here drop off the map shortly. We'll go in with the close-up view. And just while we're looking at it, let's make sure, I'll tell you what, man, this still has a little bit of a, still has a little hook to it. Okay, so there it is. They've allowed it to drop off. Real quick though, let's inspect it. Let's make sure. Yeah, so a little spin here, man. These are just tricky setups. I've tracked a couple of these before. Again, this is not, a situation like some of the stuff we tracked back in May where you've got a supercell and, it's easy, hey, this is where the circulation is. It's not like that. It's a line of straight line wind, and periodically for a minute or two, it tightens up and it twists and it tries to produce a tornado. Before I let you go, let's go into the velocity. Yeah, so it's broad, but there's still a little spin here. So let's stay hunkered down. Even the wind signature is looking a little bit less impressive here. So good news, but I believe so they're going to continue. They dropped the severe thunderstorm warning too. All right, excellent news. We've got no warnings right now. These are strong storms, but at the moment, not severe. Hopefully we don't have any more tornado issues, but again, folks who've, gone through a bunch of these here in Central Texas, you can never trust this territory down here along the I-10 corridor. Things can tighten up and try to spin at night. So again, we'll stay on here and we'll watch it. So I'm going to get off KVU on the TV side. We're going to continue on KVU Plus. Strong storms moving in, heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds. As of now, this looks like more so in the neighborhood of 40 rather than in the neighborhood of 60. And we'll just have to keep an eye, make sure nothing tries to twist up and spin again. But we'll get you back to regular programming. Again, if you're up late with us and you've got scary storms coming in, we're going to stay with you. We'll be on KVU Plus streaming there all through the night as needed. Y'all have a good night, and we'll talk to you later. All right. Hello, everybody. So we just wrapped that up on KView here. Give me a second. I'm going to take a sip of water here. We'll get reoriented. Again, our tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We're not completely out of the woods right now, but at this very moment, we do not have any severe alerts. All right, I'm going to walk over here. Let me get my phone and everything and get situated again. Gonna check in with social media and everything, make sure I don't have any reports of anything crazy going on here. I did not see any while we were on air. I am seeing some stuff from the Fort Worth area though. It looks like they may have had a tornado earlier this evening. See, we've got a few hundred people watching with us on YouTube as well as KView Plus, so hello to everybody. Y'all let me know what you're seeing. Again, on YouTube, we do not have comments enabled right now, but on you can send me a message on X, Hunt_WX, or on Instagram or your preferred platform. Right now, just strong storms, not severe, and hopefully we stay that way. There's still little areas of twist down there in Hays County that I want to keep an eye on, but no immediate concern for a tornado. All right, let's see here. I'll do a little Skycam tour. Let me get things pulled up here on this computer. All right, what's going on? This is Tower Cam, and that is in the rain. Here is, this is here at KView. So a little stormy, doesn't sound like it's too heavy right now on the roof here, but I do think it's gonna get heavier here in a second. Here is downtown Austin. Here's out at Lake Travis. Yeah, definitely storm in there in northwest Travis County. Zach Theater, downtown Austin. Rain is likely to pick up and get heavier there soon as well. And then here is Round Rock out at the Dell Diamond. So let's see, we'll put this in router 1, 20 in router 2, and I'm gonna get things set up where we can do a triple box where we can keep an eye on that. Because I do want to keep looking at the radar here. We still have a little area there that has my attention. All right, let's get the triple box set up here. Okay, so we'll do next one, that looks good. Then we'll do router 1, next 2. Excellent. So now we'll have a visual on everything. In fact, let's do this one. This might be a better view from our KView studios. Yeah, I need to watch the circulation. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so now this is approaching the Kyle area. There's two circulations here. One is just north of San Marcos, one is up here near Kyle. Yeah. Look, I can already tell this is going to be one of those nights, guys. This is not going to be one where it's easy to pick these out. These are the two areas that are spinning here. One is north of San Marcos, one is on approach to Kyle. Shear tracker. Yeah, this little spot right here, a little bit of an elevated rotational signature there. Yeah, look, I want to watch both of these spots. So this one is coming up towards Mountain City. Six Creeks Boulevard, Kyle, and it's going to cross over I-35. Yeah, that one bears watching. And then this one is a little weak, but it's a tight little signature here near Syntex. And also, just north of the Texas State campus, just north of San Marcos. I am seeing some reports that maybe the tornado was down around the Canyon Lake area. Unconfirmed reports of that, but I am seeing some of that being discussed in the National Weather Service chat. Man, yeah, tricky night. I don't like this here near Kyle. I do not like the look of this here in the Kyle area. Kyle, let's. You don't have a tornado warning right now, but let's make sure we're hunkered down. It's a little area of spin here, and that's going to be approaching north of Euland and towards Mustang Ridge. These are areas in the path of a little area of spin there. Yeah. I mean, you guys see it, right? Like, we got wind going away and towards, this is it, and it's got a little bit of a, what we look for is like a kink in the line, just a little area of twist. And San Antonio sees some reports of this moving in. Yeah, so there's that near Kyle, and then there's this other one down farther south. That one looks less impressive. Yeah, I mean, look, so there. Man, yeah, I mean, this was at 12:16, so right when that warning expired, another little area tightened up there. It's just one of these tricky setups, man. All right, lightning and thunder here at the TV station. So let's see what's going on in Austin. A lot of rain is what's going on. Okay, here's new severe thunderstorm warning. I bet this has a tornado possible tag with it. It does. Okay, here I'm going to realize I got the hand tracker up still. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, so they do have the tornado possible tag in it. I think that is a good call here, especially around the Kyle area. This is going to be the deal, guys. I can already tell how this night is going to go. If we have additional tornadoes, they're going to be little quick spin up spots like that. They're not going to be down for a long time, but they're going to be tricky to pick out like that. So if you get under a severe thunderstorm warning like this, just understand, at a moment's notice, as these storms move in, things could tighten up and could produce a tornado. Let me read you the latest from in this warning. Severe thunderstorm located near Euland or near Kyle, moving east at 50. They're back up to 70-mile-per-hour wind potential and nickel-sized hail. So there could be a little small hail in this one, but mainly it's wind. And then, as we mentioned, there's the tornado possible tag in this one. Winds up to 70 are possible. Good news, these little circulations not looking quite as organized as earlier. The rain's coming in Austin, though. And I can hear it here at the TV station. Look at the waves of rain there. Here, I'll show you here on Cam 24. We'll pan this down. We'll look down into the light. Yeah, well, we got... It's late tonight, but there's always people out there on South Lamar. All right, yeah, I'm hearing it here at the TV station, so we're getting the more intense winds coming into the Austin Metro now. Yeah, look at that. The severe warning for Travis County is only the far southern part of the county and not what we're looking at on the screen here, but it's still coming down. Look at the visibility dropping and the wind and all that. So yeah, I still think, even outside of the severe area, could there be 40 plus mile per hour winds? That is definitely possible. I'm going to look through my email and stuff too while we're sitting over here and just look through all the platforms and see if we have any reports of anything. Man, look at that little hook right there. Okay, before I do anything else, let's watch this. Yeah, that's still a little tricky there. Niederwald, Mustang Ridge. You've got a little enhanced area of wind and spin heading towards you. Ooh. I do not like this. Hey, Maxwell, big wind just coming through. This is going to head towards Lockhart. All right, Lockhart, you got a minute or two. Strong winds are coming in. This is an enhanced area of really strong wind. 60 to 70 is going to be possible heading into Lockhart soon. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are going to be possible. Man, yeah. One of these nights, man, these are squirrely storms. Yeah, if you're anywhere ahead of this line, I'd just stay in, stay hunkered down, and big rainfall rates too, obviously. So let's watch the flood risk too. In the middle of the night, we don't have a ton of people driving, but we're gonna have to watch that with torrential rain coming through. Just going into the email here, seeing if we have any other viewer reports. Yeah, nothing else. All right, well, we'll see when. Might not be until tomorrow morning when the sun comes up and we get an idea if anything touched down with that system. All right, so the heavy rain is here in Austin. As far as the severe concern, I think this is going to be the most intense stuff of tonight, at least, for Austin. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning, but with this round, this is the most intense stuff coming into Austin now, coming into Round Rock now, into Williamson County. And then we'll keep an eye on this. Here's another little area coming into Bluff Springs and out around the airport, in the Coda and Garfield area, where there could be another little area of enhanced wind. But this is the stronger section of the storms here. Severe thunderstorm warning, considerable tag still until 1:15, and it does have the tornado possible tag on it, which is the step below a tornado warning when still there could be a few little areas of circulation to watch. As far as the most intense winds right now, this is Maxwell heading into Lockhart is going to be that location. We'll isolate this with our wind tracker product. Yeah. So here's going to be the spot where we've got little downburst winds here. Maxwell along 142. Let these roads pop back up. Come on. Martindale Lake Road, County Road 104, Germer Lane, Conrad Creek Drive, Borchett Loop, Clark Loop, DeWitt Street, City Line Road. Okay, new scan came in, not looking quite as intense. Okay, so hopefully that kind of comes down as it moves into Lockhart, but still that's going to be 40+ mile per hour winds, I think, heading into the Lockhart area. All right, let's see. Do we have any other spots trying to be squirrely? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So hopefully this trend continues where we don't get additional spots that tighten up and try to produce tornadoes. Okay, so while we don't have any immediate areas of concern, let's talk about rain here. How much rain has this thing been throwing down? We'll look at this together. Look, if we can avoid major flood issues and if we can avoid more tornado issues, and hopefully that one didn't touch down at all, and we can avoid wind, rain-wise, this is exactly what the doctor ordered. I mean, this is a widespread 1 to 3 inches of rain that is being dropped. Remember, prior to this, we had been 47 days without rain. 47 days. In October, on average, our second wettest month of the year. Oh, let's see what the winds are doing right now, because we've got this moving into where our sensors are. So San Antonio gusted to 29. Austin just 7. Obviously, I'm sure it's faster than that, but that's what the latest observation is. And temperature is dropping. Rain, cooled air. How about that? A chilly rain, not chilly. Don't get too crazy. A cool rain right now in the hill country. Temperatures are in the low 60s. How about that? We do have some instantaneous rainfall rates that are, a couple inches of rain per hour. So some minor flooding, definitely a possibility, but nothing right now that's saying major flood issues. Do we have any flood advisories? Let's see what's going on here. No flood advisories. I mean, this is torrential rain, but it's moving fast. So stuff is moving through. Looks like we got an update to our severe thunderstorm warning. It is flashing down here. Still has the tornado possible tag, still has a considerable tag. Let's read through it, see if they changed anything. Severe thunderstorm was located near Lockhart, moving east at 50. 70 mile per hour wind gust and nickel-size hail. See, we've got 542 folks watching on YouTube. We appreciate it, everybody. Sorry I'm going quiet a little bit. I've been talking a lot today. Get out of practice with these tornado warnings. Back in May, talk for 3 hours, no problem. I feel like I'm out of practice a little bit here. Let me check in with Facebook, too, to see if we have any other reports here. But again, just kind of the lay of the land right now. We've got one severe warning, which is this one. It has a considerable tag where winds coming into the Lockhart area could be around 70 miles per hour. The stuff in more central portions of Austin right now is not severe, and now it's moving into eastern sections of the metro. But it is heavy rain, winds 40+. And then likewise into Williamson County. The stuff as you go farther north is not quite as intense. So I think Williamson County not as intense as Travis County not as intense as Hays into Caldwell County. All right, so I'm going to stay on here for another couple of minutes, then I'm going to take a little bit of a breather. I'm going to be here till 3 a.m., so if we have another tornado or anything, I'll be here. We'll be talking about it. Then Jordan's going to get here at 3, and he'll have you covered through the rest of the day. And then we'll see. Maybe we have to do this again tomorrow in the afternoon. Increasingly, looks like we could have another round of showers and storms for the afternoon and evening of tomorrow. All right, let's see what's going on with our wind speeds here. Yeah, man, that is still some intense wind, which is coming through Lockhart right now. If you live in Lockhart, let me know what you're dealing with here. These are powerful winds. I'll isolate it for you. Wow. So we're getting a little farther from the radar site here, but when you start to get those reds, that could be 70+ mile per hour winds. I gotta adjust my street tracker here, man. I need some street names. But crossed over 183 and now is on the southeast side of Lockhart, where the strongest winds are located right now. So pretty rowdy storm coming through Lockhart right now. Y'all stay hunkered down. That's going to head towards the McMahon area and Red Rock and Delhi. There it is, our big line of storms. Pretty crazy to see after the stretch of dry weather that we have had. And look, just kind of talking big picture, you know, for the Austin area here in the next, 15 to 30 minutes, the heaviest stuff is going to move out, but it's going to rain through a good chunk of the night. You can see there's still rain well back into the hill country, so the severe threat for the time being with this round is going to end once the leading edge moves through. And it's unlikely that we'll have, major flooding after the fact, because this is where the heaviest rainfall rates are, unless another bigger cluster of heavier storms moves in. But it's going to continue to rain, so just widespread soaking rain, I think, is going to continue for several more hours. Again, that is what we need, given the rapidly expanding drought, and it's October. It's supposed to be pretty stormy, and it's not been that way, but. Here is what's going on at K-View. I think I can control this one, actually. Let's see. We did not have this one for the microburst that came through here. I wish we did. That would have been a crazy view. So this is like North Austin, Steck Avenue, right off Mopac. I always like to look at the flag to see the wind behavior. And that is a northwest wind coming in behind the storms. So look, the immediate concern right now is for, the Lockhart area in Caldwell County. That is where the most intense weather is. Let's do a storm track on this. Let me make sure I get the speed right. 70 mile per hour winds, nickel size hail. What is the speed? Moving east at 50, flying. All right, so we'll do the squall. Again, these will be approximate timings, not flawless. 50, man. All right, Cedar Creek coming in very shortly. McMahon, 1249. Bastrop, 1257. Bastrop State Park, 1 a.m. 106 in Rosanke, 114 in Smithville, 122 in Muldoon, 129 in Warda, 132 in Hostine, 136 in LaGrange. Not all of those areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but all of you are in the path of this storm, and we'll see how it behaves with time. We're watching our 1 inch plus rainfall totals fill in here as the maps update as the heavy rain is moving through. Actually, let's see if our graphic is updated. Let's see if we're going to have numbers here. I haven't updated this graphic in a while. It's been many more than 18 days. I'm going to go ahead and delete this out of here. Well, it's going to end up being a whole lot more than this, but officially we did it. 0.01 inches of rain. Obviously, again, that total is going to go much higher when we get the final update. All right, guys, I think I'm going to take a very quick break here. I'm not leaving you. Just going to take a quick breather, but basically right now, most intense stuff is in the Lockhart area, heading towards Bastrop, String Prairie, Delhi, Red Rock, places like that. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are still a possibility, so make sure you are hunkered down. Yeah, this is intense stuff, guys. This is strong wind heading towards Red Rock and Delhi. Dale, McMahon, Delhi, Red Rock, Rosanke. Powerful winds. Yeah, 60 to 70, still possible here. And by the way, I don't want to leave you guys here. I'll keep talking. I'll power through here for a couple more minutes. As far as lightning is concerned, lightning has actually come down a little bit. That was like over 700 earlier. Like, mainly this is a wind threat. The rain, it's heavy. There could be some localized flooding, but it's rain that we need. Mainly, this is a straight line wind deal right now. Man, that is powerful wind right there. Coming into McMahon. I hope everybody's hunkered down. Taylorsville is heading into your area now. McMahon Baptist Church, FM 713, heading into Taylorsville. Big wind right here. Look at that, 75 mile per hour winds. Let's do a localized path on that. Let me see, make sure we see the exact way it's moving. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like due east. All right, so they're moving at 50, man, flying. So this is a more localized storm track for the really intense winds. I'm not saying it will be just as intense for the whole way through, but just to give you some timings. McMahon coming in now, Delhi coming in about less than 10 minutes. 1 a.m. for String Prairie, Rosanke 106, Cistern 110, Stellar 116, Muldoon 122, Plum 132, 138 in LaGrange, 145 for Halstead. Powerful winds right there. And that is why it is still the considerable tag. It's starting to get that little hook to it as well. Look, we might not necessarily be out of the woods with tornado issues here. I don't love the look of that. Let's see what the shear tracker is showing. Yeah, a little tiny area right there. Again, normally when it's just the one light yellow like that, it's not an imminent tornado, but Taylorsville, bare minimum, you've got 60 to 70 mile per hour winds heading in, so just stay hunkered down there. So that's kind of the only little spot there that we'll need to keep an eye on. Taylorsville, Red Rock, McMahon, Dale. All right, let's watch this for one more scan, and then I might run and go grab water and get a breather real quick. Bare minimum, strong winds there. They're going to pass close to or just north of Delhi. Yeah, these are still powerful winds right here. And I want to watch it. Not out of the question, a little tornado tries to form. Around McMahon and Taylorsville, so String Prairie, Delhi. Y'all stay on guard here. Still has the tornado possible tag with it. All right, y'all stay hunkered down. I'm going to take a 5-minute break in case we need to do another tornado warning, but I'm still here, still watching it. Going to take a quick break. I'll be back with you momentarily. All right. Hello, everybody. KVU Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here, back with you. I apologize for logging off for a second. Took a quick breather, but now we'll go for another couple minutes here. The storms, at least the leading edge, now moving through eastern Bastrop County into Lee County and Fayette County. And we do have a couple of new warnings here. Still severe thunderstorm warnings. So with that being said, severe thunderstorm warnings with the tornado possible tags on them. System's going to wait for that next one to drop off, but I'll just read you the latest of the new warning, which includes Giddings and LaGrange. At 1:09 a few minutes ago, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Circle, I think I got that mixed up, from the KC Estates to near Cistern, moving east at 50. 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. So earlier it was 70-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like they're going to let that drop down a little bit, but still powerful winds and nickel-size hail possible heading into places like LaGrange. Moving at 50, so before I zoom in, I'll give you a look at the squall feature here in the storm track. So here's a look at the approximate timings, and once we get this leading edge through, as far as this round is concerned, this is going to end the severe threat. There's still rain, the rain's not done, but once this leading edge goes through, the severe threat with this initial round is going to be over. Now, there could be, and we'll go to the models here in a second, there could be redevelopment still tomorrow morning and then again tomorrow afternoon, but as far as for now, this is the main event. As far as the main event is concerned, I think this is going to do it for the severe threat. Giddings 125, Hosteen 131, LaGrange 133, 142 Lake Fayette, Weimar 147, Burton 150, Hillcrest 157. Then you get into Brenham and areas that are east of our KVU area. Strong winds, heavy rain, lightning. Here's a look at the velocities. Not quite as powerful as earlier, but again, strong winds are coming in. And let's see, let me make sure, did they do tornado possible in this? Yeah, so they maintained the tornado possible tag. There's a little area down here, on the southern end of this that we'll have to watch. But as far as immediate concern for a tornado, not quite as pronounced as some of those little twists and little areas of circulation that we were watching earlier, but you can see, still some shears popping up there, so still we'll need to watch it. But that's the situation. Giddings, LaGrange, Schulenburg. Let's go back to the big picture, though. Again, leading edge going into the Highway 77 corridor in our far eastern areas. Austin, still raining, but this is going to be like light to moderate rain for a while. So it's going to be rainy through the night, but I think that will be more along the lines of just like good sleeping weather. Let's back it out even farther. So we'll need to watch some of this stuff developing back closer to Del Rio. But it looks like that's probably going to stay south of us. So we're going to be rainy for the rest of the night, but we need the rain. Hey, we'll take a soaking cool rain. We'll take that, no doubt about it. But let's go to the models here and let's see what they are thinking for this possible redevelopment, which last we were looking at things was increasingly likely. All right, so this stuff moves through tonight into tomorrow morning, a little bit of a break, and then let's see what this model does for the afternoon. This is the high-res graph, so it ends here at 2, but it is starting to redevelop a little bit of stuff. All right, let's see what the HER model is showing. It's actually bringing in another round of maybe some heavier rain around sunrise. And it is still insisting that we'll have another round of storms tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. I kind of tend to believe this, but I guess we'll see. It is getting cool behind these storms. We have some areas like in the 50s and low 60s. So there's going to need to be some recharging that happens. But just to show you, still I think we're probably going to have some storms around for the afternoon and evening of your Saturday. Lower severe threat, but we'll have to watch the flood risk too. So low end flood risk, low end severe threat with that. All right, let's talk about how much rain has fallen. Here are the radar accumulations. Anywhere in green is at least 1 inch, which most of our area has received now. Excellent news. Again, we get 1 to 3 inches of rain and we don't have any major flooding, and we'll see. We did obviously have the tornado warning around the Stone Canyon area, southern Blanco County into Hays County. Hopefully nothing touched down, but yeah, I don't want to speak too soon, but if we can just get some, and there were also some very powerful winds, but the rain part of this is exactly what we needed. The wind and the tornadoes, obviously not as much, but I don't have any damage reports right now, and that is not uncommon for overnight events. I've covered these a bunch of times, and sometimes when it happens at midnight, 1 a.m., you don't hear anything. You're like, oh, nothing happened, and then in the morning, you get bad damage reports. I've been through that. I've seen that happen before, so I'm not trying to be preemptive here, but as of right now, I do not have any damage reports. But it would not surprise me if, bare minimum, we get some sporadic wind damage over parts of Blanco, Hays, and Caldwell counties. Lockhart, Maxwell area, we had some strong wind for sure. So I am expecting some sort of damage, but hopefully it's nothing too severe. But look, that's the situation. I don't think I'm going to do the same long form coverage. Just wanted to hop on and give you a quick update. We'll continue to watch this. So Lee County and Fayette County, it is your turn. Back behind it, some rain, some lightning, but as far as the intense weather, Lee County, Fayette County, y'all stay hunkered down, stay indoors. It's the middle of the night. I'd imagine most folks are off the road, especially if you're watching this, but not an immediate tornado concern, but 60-mile-per-hour winds, small hail, heavy rain, lightning. That is what's coming through. So y'all stay hunkered down. I'll continue to watch this for you. I'll have another update coming up here later on. Give me 20, 25 minutes unless something crazy happens, and we'll keep the updates coming. Y'all have a safe night. Talk to you later.